biggest mixed team badminton event in the world is just minutes away, with the Chinese island city of Xiamen taking centre stage for the next 8 days. Welcome to the BWF Sudirman Cup Finals 2025. You'll see the key action live here inside the Fenghuang Gymnasium. 16 nations in 4 groups taking part, and that's what they're trying to win. The big Sudirman Trophy, donated by Indonesia and first played for back in 1989, and they're all trying to wrestle it out of China's vice-like grip. Here's how it's going to work. Group stages for the first 5 days, then on Friday it's the quarterfinals, the semis on Saturday, and then on Sunday the final live from 2 o'clock in the afternoon. As mentioned, 16 countries taking part. They're split into 4 groups, and the top 2 from each of those 4 will progress through to the quarterfinals. We are concentrating initially on Group B, where Korea and Chinese Taipei are the 2 favourites. And it's Chinese Taipei versus Canada that is our offering on the opening day of competition here. Just bear in mind we also have live coverage on Court 2. But here, as mentioned, Chinese Taipei against Canada. We start very shortly, and then later on this evening in our second session, Jill Clark and Steen Pedersen will be guiding you through 2 powerhouse badminton nations as Denmark face India. That's in Group D. Well, what about the Chinese Taipei squad? There are plenty of them here, and some big names as well involved. Zhou Tianchen will be the biggest of them, still inside the world's top 10 in his mid-30s. Got to really admire his fitness levels as much as anything else, as well as his obvious talent. And they've got some useful doubles pairings as well. Well, probably fair to say that not too much is expected from the Canadians, although it could well be that the 2 singles matches today are quite competitive. Brian Yang is improving. He'll be the star man on the men's side, and of course Michelle Lee will dominate the women as far as Canada are concerned. Well, here is our lineup, and we start with the mixed doubles. Ye and Hu begin big favourites against Lee and Wu, and then it's on to the singles back to back. The men first. Zhou Tianchen defending a 7-1 lead in the head-to-head record against Brian Yang, the Canadian, 12 years his opponent's junior. The women next, and what could be a close contest between Chu and Lee. Only 3 places between them on the world rankings. The latter's won the only previous meeting. Men's doubles to follow. Chu and Wang inside the world's top 20, so a seriously stiff test for Lai and Yakura. And to finish, it's the women's doubles. Shea and Hung, 15th in the world, against the teenager Jackie Dent, pairing up with Crystal Lai. Players coming on court then for our opening match, and it's a big ask for the Canadian pair. My name's Trevor Harris, delighted to have Chris Langridge, Olympic medalist, alongside me. And I guess for the Canadians here, Chris, they've got to try and summon some self-belief from somewhere, because clearly they're going to start big underdogs in this match.
Yeah, definitely. And it's an even tougher challenge because the Canadian pair don't even play together. So it's a humongous challenge today in this first match for Team Canada.
Just a reminder that we will play all 5 matches in this group side, even if it goes 3-0 or 3-1, because in the event that teams are level on points in the group, then matches won and even potentially points could make the difference in terms of who goes through and who goes home.
I also think it's quite interesting that Chinese Taipei have split their top-ranked mixed doubles partnership up. Two players that we're seeing here on camera from Chinese Taipei are obviously not a pair, which is an interesting one, but I think they could be very, very good together.
So yeah, Hong Wei and Fu Feng, the Chinese Taipei pair starting this tie, 25 years old. Yeah, the world ranked 24. That's been up as high as 10, as you can see, with a different partner. But today, he's with Fu Feng, 27 years of age. She actually played in the Yuba Cup when she was just 18. And as you can see there, she's been ranked as high as 6 with Yan Swan. It's only last month. Got the final with Suan at the Singapore Open last year. Josephine Wu just touching 30. Has been inside the top 30 in the world in women's doubles. And also won a couple of Pan Am Games mixed doubles titles with 2 different partners. She's got 34 medals in total in Pan Am events. And playing today with 26-year-old Kevin Lee. Who has been inside the top 40 in men's doubles. He's actually got 7 medals in men's doubles and team events at various Pan Am Championships, but it is a massive step up from Pan Am to the Sudirman Cup. Hine Datan of India is in the umpire's chair for this opening match of the tie. And there's Bert van Horenbeek of Belgium, who will be our service judge.
Wipe the board, please. Wipe the board, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Stand by then for player introductions.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Canada, represented by Kevin Lee and Josephine Wu. And on my left, Chinese Taipei, represented by Yi Hong Wei and Hu Feng. Chinese Taipei to serve, Hu Feng to Kevin Lee. Love all. Play.
So first shuttle about to be struck in the 2025 Sudirman Cup. Chinese Taipei trying to get off to a strong start with the 2 singles matches to follow that, as we mentioned, both potentially could be close. They can't take anything for granted.
Service over. 1 all. Two, 1.
Far easier said than done, but you just get the feeling Lee and Wu got to try and stop their opponents getting off to a fly here, otherwise the match could get away from them very quickly.
1.
Yeah, I think this man on camera, he's Yi Hong Wei. I never know what I'm going to get. At times I watch him play and I think he's so good, and at times I watch him play and he's far away from that level. do think, personally, from Chinese Taipei, I do think this is actually the two best mixed doubles players they had. It sounds very strange because the actual partner, who's ranked 8 in the world, Yang, obviously not playing today. But I think he's a better men's doubles player than mixed doubles player, personally.
So it's over.
So he's actually high ranked in mixed doubles.
Yeah, we'll see all kinds of different players from the various nations involved in the group games. It's a bit of a marathon event, 8 days all the way through till Sunday.
I do think it's something that makes it so exciting. Sort of in Cup, you often see different partnerships, you know, and sometimes it's just for this event, and it's so exciting to see how, you know, different partners play together. And seeing that in this match, you've got two partnerships that don't normally play together.
Outthinking them as well as outplaying them at the moment. Yeah, and who in the first few minutes of this Group B match?
There's something you can't do to Fenghuang. He's just so dangerous overhead. He's got such good variation, big power, and at the moment, the last two rallies from Canada just been a bit passive, a bit kind of nice with the lifting. They're not really troubling him. His attack is so dangerous.
6'1", and as we saw from that replay, he's got great spring as well with that jump smash. Furious with himself for missing that.
Incredible counter defense there. Fenghuang
didn't do a lot wrong, did they really? Lee and Wu actually was excellent in the early part of that point, but no answer to that.
It's a big thing in mixed doubles. The male player, if you attack and your attack isn't dangerous enough and you can be countered, so much court that you have to cover.
Well, 19 times out of 20 should have put that away, and that was the one.
I think success of Hu Lingfeng is just how much she's, you know, she's improved so much based on her consistency. She's become such a solid player. Except for that obviously mistake 2 rallies ago, she's improved so much over the last 12 months or so.
Well, there's a confidence building point for the Canadians.
Yeah, and it's what you want at the start of a match. You can't let a more experienced pair kind of slip away, and as we've already said, he's a big challenge for the Canadians because they're a scratch partnership. Good serve.
First time they've won more than a single point successively.
Actually speaking to some of the Canadians this morning and hearing some of their story and how it works in Canada, and I have to say they do have an incredibly tough challenge. No national setup, being coached by different coaches on a consistent basis. Partners don't even train together because Canada's so big.
Well, they're keeping the scoreline semi-respectable at the moment. Lee and Wu, a couple of somewhat surprising errors from their more illustrious opponents, but they will have a 4-point lead at the mid-game break.
That's what I was going to say. You especially cross, whether it's a block on defense and then move in, or one pushing in one side and then opposite.
Code 1, 20 seconds. Code 1, 20 seconds.
Okay, don't focus on the power, focus on the pace of the game.
Eleven, 7. Yeah. Play.
I didn't catch a lot of what was discussed from the Canadian coaches, but kind of the only thing I heard was don't worry so much about the power on the overhead, it's more the placement. I mean, yes, maybe a bit fortunate there, but it is an integral part. He's not going to, brilliant, great interception, but you know, he's not going to win from power in a hall that's fairly slow. The integral part is where you place it, putting yourself in a good position, getting a good angle on the attack.
Play. Service over. 12, 9.
Well now, all of a sudden,
Service
little
over.
mini comebacks
10,
on here for
12.
the unfancied Canadians.
I do think this is one of the things with Yong Wei. He's so up and down, I just never know what level I'm going to get from him. Stuff he can do that is absolutely incredible, and then he almost switches off for a few points.
Well, that's
Two of them,
three.
yeah. And you know, I'd said something I was so impressed about over the last 12, 18 months is the amount of kind of unforced errors she's made. Hardly any. I mean, she's been so solid, so consistent, and that's how she's achieved such a high world ranking. It's the pressure out there. You know, Chinese Taipei are massive favourites in this match.
Service over.
Well, they needed that.
13,
Starting to stop the rot. They had 9-4 at one stage. The Chinese Taipei pair. Still just a couple of points in it now.
Service over. 12, 13.
Again, the pressure they're putting on Yi Hongwei, and the last kind of, I don't know, 5-6 months, I'd say, I think his level hasn't quite been what it was a year ago. And today, again, we're seeing a few moments of brilliance, but I'd say the last 6-7 points, his level has dropped. Full credit to the Canadians, they have raised their level since the break, but made life quite easy for them. Again, this is a big, it's such a turnaround. At 11-7 at the break, I just felt it was quite comfortable for the Chinese Taipei. They didn't have to do a lot to win the points. They were getting the attack comfortably. What a turnaround, and I don't really think the Canadians are doing anything special.
In front for the first time since they won the first point of the match.
Service over. 14, all.
Thing is, sometimes it's a little easier to play from behind. Now they've got themselves competitive in this opening game. Can they keep that level up? Sometimes you can go into nosebleed territory.
Just missed it. I think the other thing is when you've been leading and it's been quite comfortable, and you're almost caught off guard and a little bit surprised when your opponents do just slightly raise their level. You kind of expect things to be as comfortable as they were. The other big thing is pressure. Pressure in a team event, because you're not just kind of looking after yourself, it's also the team. Feel that extra bit of responsibility and pressure on yourself.
Yeah, we saw a moment ago, didn't we, that shot of the teammates watching on. That's nicely placed. right down the tram line.
Yeah, and highlighting there how integral the placement is. It's not the power. You can see here, player on the straight, he's just not covering his line. There's a massive gap. Incredible placement, but there's a massive gap there.
16-15.
Have to say the level from Yi Hongwei so far, especially after the interval, hasn't been as good as one would expect. It was going out.
It was, wasn't it?
Could that point prove quite important because 17-15, 16-all. Definitely wouldn't say the pair from Chinese Taipei have settled in this first game yet. It is a scratch partnership. They're not used to playing together.
And the coaches look singularly unimpressed as well. That last shot we had.
That's the big thing. They got pressure on themselves because they're the ones that have put this partnership together, and it's quite a risk not putting the normal partners together. Now, could it be Yang has possibly got a niggle or an injury maybe, and they've rested him? Could it be they believe these two could be a better mixed doubles partnership? And I said that before the game, but I wouldn't say the level they've played at is quite right. Just haven't quite gelled together.
And there have been a succession of unforced errors.
Yeah.
Another one there. And when it gets to the business end,
Great serve.
being favourite doesn't really count for much, especially now.
And this is the thing, when you are a scratch partnership, you generally don't know each other that well in regards to on the court and how each other's feeling, how they're dealing with emotions and pressure. And
Well, that was a bit of pressure, I think. Very short, that serve from Wu.
again, I've got to say, Josephine Wu, she has been the best player on court in this first game, which no discredit to her, but I wouldn't have envisaged before the start of the match. I would have said, you know, Chinese Taipei, both players have been top 10 in the world at mixed doubles. So I would have predicted one of those two, but she has been the best so far. Combination of, you know, it is moments of brilliance from the Canadians, but it's just no cohesion, no understanding from the pair from Chinese Taipei.
So, 2 game points for Ye and Hu. Sorry, for Li and Wu.
Got to say, before this game started, I don't think there's anyone that would have quite predicted this. Kind of the main reason they're actually playing together. Ty Lindemann, who's the normal partner of Josephine Wu, is just nursing a slight niggle. Otherwise, I'm very confident he will be playing this match.
So, can they hold their nerve here? 2 chances to take this opening game.
Just missed it.
There's a confident lead there from Ye Hongwei. Match situation as it is, so 1 save, 1 to go from a Chinese Taipei point of view. That's good.
Put it on the line. Turn of serve was maybe not quite aggressive enough or accurate enough. You can see it goes in an upward direction. He hasn't really got to move. Incredible placement though.
So 2 game points saved. Just to note, we do have Hawkeye in operation. They knew that was good though, didn't need to use the technology. That's lovely placement. Super angle. And from 2 game points down, they've now got an opportunity to take this opener. Well, they were in charge early. Then they stumbled and stuttered, and in the end they kind of crawled across the line, but they'll take it. The natural order of things, I guess you could say, restored. 22-20. Chinese Taipei just take the opener.
Either press it deep or like the potential like backline or just like battle.
Yeah, that was the right shots. Either you push it harder to the side, especially the backhand side. You don't want to give them the forehand side soft.
Yeah, I think it makes like it's like
the front court.
Either like in its own like service line effect because then she catches. Yeah.
Front court you have to be like a very active.
他放我没有大，他位置抽。你中了嘞，你慢起来，你就说他抽完，你先踩好，你先把前面位置踩好，后面放给他就好啦。你不然想要拉出来，拉出来，他都一直在不起高，他根本就没有主动的去高买你，是不是？对啊，然后注意。没有，也是你自己遇到球有威胁的时候，你还是要带他去抓。对，那是你自己去做。对，好。然后你要注意，有时候你身上去抓。所以说你摸完了双面，你不要想要。对，都是你放给他。 然后男生他不会一直连续做进攻，他说你调高，对，他可以点这，有时候你要去抓，对，位置要先站出来，比较多。
Good 1, 20 seconds.
重，你要先
跟
上去这样，
20 seconds.
然后打团体赛不一样，所以找不到反攻机会再拉没关系，没拉很好。
Second game. Love all. Play.
So let's see whether that has a galvanising effect on and Hu having fought off that Canadian comeback in the opening game.
Yeah, and I've got to say, the end of the first, Pep and Chinese Taipei did show their class and their experience. They played the last 4 points very well. I think they were a little bit apprehensive, the pair from Canada, a little bit tense.
Out. So it's over. 1 all.
I mentioned earlier that the two singles matches potentially could be close, particularly when you consider that Brian Yang has beaten Cho Tien-Chen. Okay, he's dominated on the head-to-head, but the point I'm making is that, were Chinese Taipei to lose this opening match, I mean, very, very nervy potentially.
100%. I think the other big thing would be when you are big favourites in a game that you lose, it has an even bigger knock-on effect in the rest of the match, just with the pressure, the dynamic. And that first game, obviously they didn't, if the Canadians could have snatched that first game, the whole match, turns on its head, whereas now I think we're going to see a slightly different version of the pair from Chinese Taipei, or maybe not. They just still haven't settled. Yes, they played the 4 points, the end of the first game, they did play well. They played them well, but it's just been so up and down in this match.
A few service errors actually from the Canadian pair. Just couldn't get across to control that, Josephine Wu. From Wu. Oh, that's unlucky. They did brilliantly to stay in the point as long as they did, really.
7-3.
just slightly mishit that.
Service over. 4-8.
Great interception there from Lee at the net. So it's definitely a hall that, you know, is playing a little bit slower just because it's a very large stadium here. So important to move the shuttle around, find the gap. Wow,
that was a big gap.
Yeah, that's what she created it there. A little bit of magic. Lovely bit of skill and deception.
9-6.
This is the thing about that gentleman on camera, Young Wei. I just,
7-9.
the amount of kind of simple mistakes he makes for a player of his caliber, for me, it's just too many, because he can do some stuff that almost no one else can do. Then he can make some really simple mistakes.
Yeah, well, they still look far from convincing.
Great return.
Service over. 10-8. Over 9-10.
That's wide, and they're back on terms again.
And again, for me, it's another really simple mistake.
10 all.
I think the defence from the Chinese Taipei is good enough for them to almost play the big quarters and open the rallies up, not passively, but move the shuttle around.
So, having had an 8-4 lead, they find themselves behind at the mid-game break, and this match is far from over. 11-10, Canadians lead.
Short 1, 20 seconds. Short 1, 20 seconds.
挡不准，调一下，快点。呵。 11-10. Play. Run, 10.
Well, they badly needed that point.
Over. Left. 12.
Canadians still giving them problems, though.
Yeah, when you look at the time of the match, it's been a very quick game so far. We haven't had a lot of long rallies. I would say this kind of stadium, you would expect more rallies, but I think it's all players kind of getting used to the conditions, feeling the nerves out there. First match, their countries in the Sudirman Cup. That's brilliant. Where's that been? You know, it's probably only the second rally, maybe maximum third, where I've seen his dominance in the mid-court.
Down the line first of all, then cross court. Too good. Once again, though, Josephine Wu predatory at the net.
Yeah, and, you know, the attack from this man here, Lee on camera, for me, he's the net player in the men's doubles. But he's been dangerous from the rear just because he's been getting a good angle and the shuttle's been coming up to Josephine Wu at the net.
See the disappointment etched all over Wu's face when she hit that long.
It's unlucky there from Lee. See the frustration, it caught the tape. It took a horrible turn. Good flick serve. I've seen a lot of flick serves in the second game from Hu Lin Feng.
It's over. 14-16.
Well, they look like a proper pair there. Yeah, and Hu?
And this is the thing, we've seen flashes of it, but you know, you can count those rallies, you know, on one hand. Here, intelligent attack, much flatter, you can see, because he's got a steep attack when he wants to. So Josephine Wu's waiting for that steeper one, and then just hits a much flatter attack, and that's a good variation.
18-14.
Just maybe seeing the pair from Chinese Taipei just settle now, just look a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to get over the line shortly now, but
19-14.
You know, if that is the case, and you look in the books in a year's time and it says straight games and, what, barely half an hour, it can really tell the whole story. So 6 chances then to secure the opening match for Chinese Taipei. They are across the line. It took exactly half an hour, but it was nowhere near as straightforward as a match in that kind of a time period would tend to suggest, because Liam Wu there gave them problems, a lot of them in the first game and a few in the second as well. But in the end, the greater experience and talent of and Hu won the day. And after a couple of scares in that second game, they came through 21-14. Tougher tests obviously lie ahead. This was the way it finished. Well, they can smile about it now. There were some very nervous moments in the opening match here, but they come through 22-20. 21-14 in exactly half an hour on court, and it means that Chinese Taipei take a 1-love lead in the tie. Well, up next we'll be focusing on the men's singles, and that will feature Qiu Tianchen, so many people's favourite, and he'll be up against Brian Yang. There he is. We'll be back with that match in just a few moments' time. Well, a warm welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 2025 BWF Sudirman Cup. And Qiu Tianchen up next against Brian Yang of Canada. Actually going to be the 9th time that they have met. As I said at the start of our show, Yang has beat Qiu before, albeit just the once. So you can see those two waiting to enter stage left, the protagonists. We're still waiting actually for the court officials. Looks in a good enough mood, doesn't he, Qiu? So here come the officials making their way towards court number 1. It is a magnificent arena here, has to be said. Only been open for a couple of years. They have basketball here, they have music concerts, and actually they can convert it seamlessly into an ice hockey rink, which they also play here regularly. But badminton very much the centre of attention all the way through until next Sunday. Officials are in place, as you can see, and that means the players won't be far behind. Well, you can hear the crowd reaction as Cho Chen comes out. And with all due respect to Brian Yang, one would suspect that the cheers are mainly for a man from Chinese Taipei, who's so popular wherever he goes in the world. So a tough ask for Brian Yang here, the 23-year-old. Well, there's the confirmation of the head-to-head, 7-1 in Cho's favour. Only meeting that Yang has won was at the Indonesia Masters 2 years ago. The last time they played, it only took 31 minutes. So Brian Yang, 23 years of age, he has been just outside the top 20 at his best, ranked 21 back in December of 2022, at 32 now. There's the confirmation of it. Played at the Olympics in Tokyo a few years ago, and he had a massive tournament last year, the Indonesia Masters. We got to the final, up to Super 500. Lost out to Antonsen in 3 games in the final. As for Cho Chen, who's now 35 years of age, still inside the world's top 10. One of the things, Chris, that always strikes me about Cho is, apart from his clearly wonderful talent, his fitness levels are just astonishing at times.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, generally, very simple terms, as you get older, it gets tougher physically because the body can't handle the same amount of training. Generally, you can pick up more injuries and so on. And the physical component is an area that can diminish as you get older. And 35 years old, you know, he is pretty much as good as it's going to get for anyone. Some players will never even get as physically good as he is, and he's 35. So it's truly incredible. And the amount of injuries he's sustained as well, minimal. You can see the condition of him, you know,
yeah.
It is amazing.
In charge of this match is Andrea Ciuppini of Italy. And there is Jakob Sindberg of Denmark, who will be our service judge for this match. Just joined us. Confirming that Chinese Taipei lead the tie by 1 match to love after victory for the mixed doubles pair in the opener. On his first World Tour title, Cho Chen back in 2018, he's won 10 of them, and he's made at least 1 final every year since then. So a very proud and distinguished record. He won a title last year, that was the Arctic Open.
Canada, represented by Brian Yang. To my left, Chinese Taipei, represented by Cho Chen. Canada to serve. Level. Play.
So Brian Yang will get this second match underway in the tie.
1 love.
You can tell actually from the reception that Cho got when he walked out onto court, just how highly regarded he is by badminton fans right around the world. Well, took a little bit of brilliance to end an excellent rally. But just confirmation there in that exchange. This could be a competitive contest if Yang can keep up that kind of standard. Excellent defence early in the point. He's come to play.
Service over. 2-1.
Definitely say this match is a fairly even one on paper. I know the head-to-heads do definitely favour this man on camera, but both players didn't quite have the Continental Championship they would have wanted. Chow losing first round to Nishimoto, and Brian Yang, big favourite in the Pan Am, losing in the semi-final. So for both of them here, it's a chance to kind of get back into some form and also some confidence and belief.
Well, he should have got that. Victoria loved it because it went wide, but again, Joe threw himself almost like a goalkeeper trying to save a penalty, full length.
I've got to give it to Victoria. She is definitely the most expressive. You know, she makes it clear when she's happy, doesn't she? You know, arms in the air and. It was interesting for me to see who would actually have Chow behind his court, just because when you're at a team event, generally you have the national coaches, and obviously Victoria's not a national coach.
Yeah.
She's his coach, but in Chinese Taipei they obviously allow the private coach, the independent coach, to also come along.
I think he also might get kind of special dispensation just because of the service he's given to Chinese Taipei badminton down the years. Star name in the team. And if it makes him perform at his highest level to have her there, I reckon they'd be quite happy for her to sit in his corner.
And this is one of the interesting things about different federations and different systems and structures in Canada. Speaking to some of the players, it's a case of the national coaches will go because, you know, that's their role. And, you know, I can say it's the same for England. You would never have an independent coach. It would always be the national coach that would go. But seeing this from Chinese Taipei, it's obviously an independent coach. And this is the interesting thing, how different federations operate. And speaking about the federation is the coaches from Canada, but the federation in Canada is so different because they don't have a national setup. There's not a national kind of base where all the players train together. And Canada's obviously a vast size. It's humongous.
Yeah.
I was talking to the players this morning, and it's crazy. The doubles players, they don't even train together. They live 3 hours apart. So, I mean, how do you expect to, you know, reach a high level when you don't train with your partner day in and day out?
He just never lets up, does he, Chuck? Yang put under massive pressure in that point. Pushed back, pulled forward, and in the end, the pressure told.
Yeah, and this is the way to play, you know, play a rally. Got to open the point up, work the opponent for the opportunity. After this, I can't imagine how many celebrations you're going to see from Victoria. You know, at the end of this Sudirman Cup, she must be so tired at the end of the match because the amount of kind of arm raises and celebrations she does. But it's lovely to see a coach that engaged in a game.
Seven, 3. Service over. 4-7.
Long by a distance, that.
Serve over 8-4.
Strong went in that rally from Brian Yang. I think it's an interesting one now for Brian Yang because it's taken the last 2, 3, 4 years he's been this kind of young player coming through for Canada, and especially in the men's singles, and he had a lot of promise and he didn't really have many players chasing him, and now almost from nowhere he's got 2 young players, Victor Lai and Joshua Indian, kind of chasing him now and catching him and not really being a million miles behind.
He's enjoying himself out there at the moment.
It's definitely been a dominant display from Chao so far, showing the rest of his team with his experience how to kind of handle this situation. 35 years, he's got a lot of experience at the highest level.
That's good lead from Yang.
Serve
I don't know if we're going to see a challenge there.
5-10.
Yeah, we do have 4K in operation. I haven't seen a challenge yet on this court today. None in the first match and none so far here.
It was so strange at the European Championships to not have 4K.
6.
Definitely a great feature. See the clear there, just a little bit short. Gave Brian Yang that opportunity.
It's out the back, and it's a 5-point lead for Cho
11-6.
as they go for the 1-minute mid-game interval.
Punch clear and stuff like that. So make sure we keep that pace up. Now his front court is taking the big push. Fast, you have to go technique. Now you can afford this space. Okay? Get away from the front of things. Come on, let's go.
Ready?
He's being run ragged a little bit here, isn't he, Brian Yang?
6.
We've seen so many times when Cho gets his teeth into an opponent, he doesn't let go. So Yang up against it here in this opening game. Great hands, great vision.
6.
First to see the shot and then have the ability to play it. Well, this is almost like an exhibition at times here from Cho.
Yeah, and I do think, to be honest, don't get me wrong, there's no doubt about it. Cho's playing really well, and he's clearly a level above at the moment, but it's not quite the Brian Yang that kind of I'm used to seeing. I do think that semi-final loss in the Pan Am Games, and Brian Yang was such a big favourite to win it. I do think it has, you know, it's taken a big knock in his confidence and even his body language. You know, nothing seems confident, nothing seems positive. He does look very tense and nervous out there. So much of it at elite level is momentum. Win after win after win.
Well, here's our first Hawkeye. It's called in, and Cho just wants to make sure that that was the correct call by the line judge. So, for the first time, Hawkeye's going to have some gainful employment on court one. First impression was that it would have caught at least some part of the line.
Yeah, I do get a lot wrong, but I was confident that did get the line.
Your record
is not great,
is it?
It's definitely in the lower numbers. But yeah, that was a long way in.
Yeah.
Challenge unsuccessful. One challenge remaining.
Well, he might have just wanted to stop the Yang momentum after two successive winners. Actually, the first time in this game that Yang has won more than a point at a time.
Service over. 15-8.
Yeah, it's good play there.
Service over.
Brian Yang.
9-15.
Another thing I learned today about Canada, which I thought was quite interesting, they only have 6 spots kind of on their funding structure, as in there's only 6 players that can receive the funding, and it does make it tough for the players, because somebody like Brian Yang, who, as I said, over the last 2-3 years has been kind of a shining star for them, now with these younger players coming through, he's under a bit of pressure, obviously not just to keep his #1 ranking in Pan Am and Canada, but also to keep his funding, because if these other 2 players kind of show a greater promise or a greater improvement, it could be a case that he does lose, you know, his financial contribution that he gets from the association. Great attack there.
10-16.
Maybe now we're just starting to see a bit more to Brian Yang that we're used to.
Thank you.
It's one of those things, as soon as you feel maybe the momentum's starting to grow just a little bit for Brian, you know, getting on a run, play some more confident points, all of a sudden Chow just puts that little bit of flame out.
Well, that's the ability the great players have, isn't it? Just to go up a level if they're being threatened.
Yeah, we saw that in the first game in the mixed doubles, 2018 down, the player from Chinese Taipei in the first game, and then just increased their level. Dealt with that pressure situation very well.
Service over. 18-11.
Well, he looked absolutely crestfallen that he missed one. Still firmly in control of this opening game, Cho.
Service over. 19-14.
Well, called in another show challenge. Lost the first one, of course. So if he loses this, that'll be it for the game in terms of challenges. But I guess at 18-13, not really too bothered about that. Let's see what the technology makes of this one. Well, a better challenge, but just clipped the line.
Unsuccessful. No challenges remaining. Service over. 14-19. Break. Hook. 15-19.
Well, that was well in.
Yeah, and this is a brilliant comeback from Brian Yang.
16-19.
He looked totally out the first game. It didn't really look competitive at one stage. Now to bring it back to 16-19, no matter what happens in this first game, it's going to give him that bit of confidence. He's settled in this match now.
That's a nice shot too. I mean, yeah, it's just basically convincing himself he can play on the same stage as Cho. And he's just threatening a very unlikely comeback here.
Yeah, and there is a crazy thing that sometimes when you almost feel that you've lost the first game because there was a massive deficit, you relax, you feel almost a bit calmer, and you kind of play a bit more carefree. Very loose in that there from Brian Yang.
Silver. 20. Game point. 17.
So 3 game points then for Cho to get the job done here. Very quickly in for the kill there, Yang.
Service over. 18-20.
Bear in mind that it was 18-11 at one stage.
And that's it, yeah, and it is an incredible comeback.
So 7 of the last 9 points for the Canadian, but still facing a couple of game points here. Thought about leaving that show, then had to play it. Well, I tell you what, considering how dominant he was in the early stages, he'll be very relieved to have got over the line in that game, and victorious celebration kind of dance.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, there's yeah, she definitely made it clear. And you know, you're totally right, 19-20, and the tension builds, it gets more stressful, and the momentum's all with Brian Yang. So the Chow to snatch that in the end, it was so important. I feel like she might have her own TV show, Victoria. Celebration in the air.
She seriously came kind of sprinting out of her chair, jumping in joy with her hands above her head. A bit calmer now.
I would love to hear what she's saying.
some of the drop shots and steals, doesn't matter. They have some half smash. Yeah, okay. You get a chance, you get
Yeah.
okay.
Come on, go back.
Put 1, 20 seconds. Put 1, 20 seconds. Second game, level, play.
That Yang, very spirited comeback, albeit to no avail in the end of the first game, just serves a little warning there to show that he can't take anything for granted against this man.
Yeah, we're seeing a totally different Brian Yang now. I mean, that first rally was brilliant, incredible pickup, but there was just that patch in the first where, as I said, it just felt like Brian, he looked uncomfortable, and we weren't seeing the true version of himself, and this comeback's just giving him that confidence, and hopefully, you know, we'll get to see. Is that landed on the line or just out?
I think that's well in, actually.
Love.
Yeah, and are we going to see a totally different match now? And this is the thing, this is the big, exciting bit about badminton. It's never over, you know. Xiao had that lead, it looked one-sided, it looked so comfortable, and how the momentum of the match changed. It's amazing, these first three rallies, I mean, Brian Yang dominated. He's looked really good. And this is the thing, how with badminton, it's a crazy sport at times because we go back 5 minutes, 8 minutes ago, and it was so one-sided in favour of Xiao. How a game can fluctuate rally from rally. It's so important to just focus on that one rally at a time.
Shoulder, 1-3.
I saw an incredible speech from Roger Federer where he basically said he won approximately 80% of the matches he played, but he only won around, I think it was about 55% of the points. And he was just highlighting that each point is so integral to be taken kind of one at a time, and the point that's gone obviously is in the past. You can't change that, and you have to focus on the next point. And it was, you know, it was really inspirational. One of the greatest tennis players of all time, and you know, everything he said made perfect sense. It's landed in.
Service over, 4-2.
I think it's a similar thing with a lot of sports, Chris. Can you perform at the absolute crunch moments in matches?
And that is, you know, that's how legends are defined, because they are the most integral parts of the match, and how you handle it kind of emotionally, how you handle it mentally. And this is where you see, you know, the superstars being born. I remember that match with Lee Chong-wei and Lin Dan where it was, you know, could have gone either way, and Lin Dan kind of created history winning that match. And there's so many times we can look back in history and legends were born from that, those 1 or 2 points when it was 18-all, 19-all in the final game.
Well, Yang saw himself a handy little lead here early in the second game. Bit wild with that one though.
Serve is over. 3-6.
It's amazing to think 14-6 in the first game, Chow led, and it seems like a different match. Brilliant. In the end, yes, they definitely can play a part.
Serve is over. 7-3.
Looks like slightly Brian Yang's maybe playing into the drift now, because that just holds up and doesn't go out. First game we saw Brian Yang hit a few out the back.
He's on fire at the moment, Yang.
8-3.
And it is truly incredible what a turnaround we've had in this match.
He's won 15 of the last 21 points,
Yeah.
Yang.
And this is the thing, the dominance he's now had. And it only took kind of 3 or 4 points in the first to change the game slightly. And we saw his, you know, his mood, his body language, his whole style of play. It kind of transformed with the confidence he got. And he's brought that into the second game. 8-3 up from being 14-6 down in the first.
Thank you. 8-3. Change.
A slightly uncharacteristic mistake there from Chow. Simpler mistake, but this is what happens when your opponent raises their level.
And slightly uncharacteristic body language too. He's just looking a little despondent at the moment.
I think at the moment, to be honest with you, he's not really sure what to do.
Serve is over. 4-9.
That's the thing, we've seen it so many times. It really doesn't take much to change the momentum of the game. All like that, and you're right back in it.
Chow, he's moving back a lot from the net. He's playing quite a good net, but I've never seen him hold the net, as in keep a high position. And so Brian Yang's playing a lot more to the net here, holding the net, Brian Yang, and then Chow obviously is the one that has to lift to give the attack away. Brian's attack in the second game has been good.
Thank you.
Well, almost half a groan went round the auditorium there as Yang won that point. And he's got a very big lead at the mid-game break as he tries to get back on terms in this match, and also potentially, if he wins a possible decider, put Canada level in the tie.
Play.
The two singles games were the ones that, on paper anyway, Canada had a good chance of being very, very competitive in. I'm not sure anyone would quite anticipate the second game, how good Brian Yang's been.
No.
Just missed it, yeah.
13-5.
Seeing this rally most of the time, Xiao's the one who's taking the shuttle later. He's the one being stretched because Brian Yang is being dominant. And again, you know, something I said at the beginning of the first game, Brian Yang, he looked apprehensive. He looked like something was holding him back. He wasn't controlling the rallies. He was always on the back foot, but once he won those, it was kind of 3 or 4 points in the first. He's been a totally different player, so much more confident, taking the game on.
15-5.
Almost a total flip of the first game.
Yeah, astonishing reversal, really. Makes you wonder how the decider, which it looks like there's going to be now, is going to work out. That's a lovely shot. Great bit of deception from Cho.
Serve is over. 6-15. Serve is over. 16-6.
Just too long.
Serve is over. 7-16. Serve is over. 17-8. Serve is over. 9-17.
Well, he won that little net battle, Cho, but I don't feel it's too late for him in this game, barring something extraordinary. But you never say never with him.
10-17.
Yeah, this is a thing, a man of kind of that experience. He's been in situations like this before. It's one of the things I don't think Brian kind of has, just because he's so young, you know, 23 years old. He's played to a very high level, but how many times has he been in a situation like this in a team event? Kind of is almost a bit of a mirror of the first game. Brilliant. Very aggressive and good in that mid-court from Brian Yang. You know, it truly is incredible the level of the Canadian players. Just, you know, as I said before, considering their setup, it's all club-based, and badminton is not a big sport in Canada. It's kind of not one of their major sports, so the amount of funding that goes into it is minimal. Clubs in Malaysia that have produced incredible players, and they still are. A player in Malaysia, #2 in the world, based in a club. That's because badminton's such a big sport in Malaysia, and there's a lot of money that goes in, and they have world-class coaches that are incredibly experienced. In a country like Canada, it's amazing how well the players have done with essentially just a club structure, a club system.
12, 19.
Couldn't believe it this morning. I was talking to TotalEnergies and saying partner, men's doubles, lives 3 hours away. They don't train together at all, really. It's astonishing.
Yeah, how do you, I mean, that just can't work, can it?
Well, if you're talking about, you know, elite level, it will be very easy to improve things in Canada, you know. Speaking to Michelle Lee, who's probably the greatest ever player from Canada. She doesn't have any other girls to spar with.
So game points here, 7 of them for Yang to level up. And we're going to have a decider. That was really impressive from the Canadians. 21-13.
21-13.
And Xiao Chen with much to think about during this 2-minute break.
Something in there, but then you gotta withstand it, keep that going, and then unlock your own net. Your net's really, really solid. Keep it going.
Whatever in the third game start, you have to decide what kind of pace you're gonna take. If you might start very quick and very strong after the first game, so just prepare for that. Okay. Again, if the matchup doesn't work, then try to push you. You have to be the faster. You don't follow. Sometimes it slow you down, right? So you don't want to just keep them up.
Put 120 seconds. Put 120 seconds. Final game. Level. Play.
Very different start from Xiao. Very good body language, and he came out with like turbo speed. Trying to show, you know, his presence at the start of this third game.
Yeah, early statement of intent is the ambition for Xiao.
love.
We're seeing, really aggressive body language, which was showing a real obvious message to Brian Yang.
Four, love.
It's almost like you've come out here, Joe, and thought, I need to basically make sure that Yang is put in his place after the Canadian played so well in the last game, and Cho was raced into a 5-love lead.
Yeah, he's definitely, asserting his dominance, as it were, and showing, he's number 7 in the world, and he's showing people, why. He's really taken control of this third game.
Five, love.
Well, emphatically opening his account at least there, Yang. Yeah, expected too much angle, I think, didn't he?
Yeah, it was a clever clear, though. The second to last shot, it gave him that short lift. Gets that one out, it's really deceptive. You see Brian Yang there, short response, just overdone it. Didn't have to be quite as good as that. You can see how short it is. He's kind of approximately half court. You see the frustration there.
Over. 6-2.
And the body language between these two players is a vast difference. Brian Yang, you never kind of really see too much emotion. And Chow, he's letting it all out at the moment. Great defense from Chow there.
It's over. 3-6.
Surprised he missed that.
6.
Full credit here to Brian Yang. 5-love down in this third game. It kind of felt like, can he actually bring that back? Because Chow was storming ahead. Bring it back to 5-6. It's very impressive.
Yeah, and getting increasingly difficult to predict a winner here.
Brilliant. And this is the the crazy thing about team events. Obviously the mixed doubles is finished now, but I just think that first game in the mixed doubles obviously was so close, and players from Canada had 2 game points. One match does change the dynamic. You have to say, in the ladies singles for this, I would say Michelle Lee is the slight favourite for me.
Well, she's got a better world ranking, and she's won the only previous meeting, so yeah, probably. Just shows if it's all ifs and buts.
This
but
is a big thing, yeah.
You know, if Liam Wu had won that first game, gone on to win the match, Yang wins this, all of a sudden you're in massive upset territory.
But as you said, it's all kind of question marks and possibilities rather than what actually happened.
Time is over. 7-6.
This is why the Sudirman Cup, all team events in badminton are so exciting, because you never really know what's going to happen, and a few points can change kind of the whole tie.
8-6.
Well, an old head won the day. Exhausting rally, but a satisfying conclusion from his point of view.
See how low Chow is. You see here, he's taking it, just off the floor on the control. He gets a net cord. Pretty much anything other than perfection or a net cord in that situation, he's in big trouble.
9-6.
Even got a little fist pump to the air there from Victoria. That was incredible skill from Chow that low. We've seen so many swings in this match. As soon as a player starts to look like they got control, and then it goes away, slips away rather. Brilliant speed there from Brian Yang, chasing into the net. He could see that his attack was good enough and Chow was in trouble. Great speed.
Thank you.
Well, their man is still in touch. 7-10 down.
It's made it. Perfect.
8-10.
So a 3-point lead for Cho at the mid-game break, but still very much a wide open contest this match.
Service over. 9-11.
Well, just what he would have wanted. Brian Yang coming back after that 1-minute break.
Wow, great rally from Brian Yang. His defence earlier in the rally was such a good pickup. The attack here is not quite accurate enough, and strong defence there. Almost in a blink of an eye. Feels like it was 11-8 and now straight back to 11-all.
Thank you. Thank you. 11-all.
His judgment has not been particularly good today, Cho.
Trying to keep hold of the net, doesn't want to lift. It's just too low, a little bit too much spin to be able to hold that. Other thing to mention, if Brian Yang possibly could, the extra points he'd win, because obviously he gets an average of his current points, but he also then gets a kind of a bonus, if you want to call it, which is an extra allocation, 1% of his higher ranked opponent. Xiao being number 7 in the world, that would be quite a hefty extra little bonus.
Was wide, so the
challenging.
Yeah, the acrobatic dive, probably not necessary, but we'll see what the technology says for this Hawkeye challenge.
If he has missed this, this is a frustrating one for Brian Yang, because, you know, he knows exactly where it's going. He comes forward so fast, takes it so early. You can see there, Chow, he's in big, big trouble. I think the grimace, to be honest, from Brian Yang, he knows it's out.
Yeah, I think it is. And I think actually you can see on the replay that the challenge was poised to come from Cho. Had that been called in, see exactly where it landed. Yeah, well done.
One challenge remaining.
They are, they're the small points that turn into the big points. As if Chow possibly can get a run, even another couple of points on this. Brian's in a position where he had control of the rally. He ends up losing it.
Exquisitely placed that.
15-12.
Absolute thing of beauty, that shot from Cho. He tries to just break Yang's resistance here. Finally a bit of daylight again on the scoreboard.
Wow. Absolute perfection, almost from nowhere. Even Chow looked a little bit surprised there.
Yeah, he just turned and stared, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he was shocked at how good the shot was. Cheap point, to be honest. I feel like he wasn't quite ready after he flicked.
So just past the hour mark and still very, very tight and very tense out there in this men's singles. Canada trying to level the tie at 1-1.
Thank you.
Well, you could tell from that fist pump and the yell from Cho that he is really engaged here and he knows potentially a big match to win.
Yeah, and that's one of those frustrating ones for Brian, because he like sat on the tape and it kind of questioned whether it wanted to go over or not.
Well, there's a challenge here from Yang. I don't think with a great deal of confidence behind it. It's almost an afterthought, actually.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, I don't know if you could actually see it clearly because of which Cho was, but I think it was one of those where you kind of cross your fingers and hope. Also, it breaks the game up slightly, gives you extra minute to just regroup.
Yeah, clearly well beyond the back line.
Challenge unsuccessful. challenges remaining. 18, 15.
I don't think Brian Yang or myself will become line judges in our future.
Play.
Delicacy of the previous shot that Cho played, no wonder Victoria liked it. Everyone in the arena did too.
Yeah, it's one of those moments of that shot. It's just brilliant. It is fortune, you know, for me. No matter what anyone says, when it does just clip the tape, there's always a little bit of luck, and obviously took it. 4-point lead now.
Now, 5 match points for Cho Chen Chen.
Great pickup of Brian Yang.
Missed it.
Brilliant defence in that rally from Brian Yang. Chow kind of threw everything at him. Almost every shot Brian Yang played, he was in big trouble, but he does so well to stay in the rally.
So still 4 match points for Cho.
Could we see a really exciting end to this? Can Brian pull a few more back?
Maybe, because that's 3 saved. He is not about to hoist the white flag here, and sowing some seeds of doubt in Cho's head for sure. 2 match points remaining.
What a pickup.
It's long, and that will do. Chinese Taipei now 2-love up in the tie. He really had to battle, played in a great spirit, which is good to see. But he was given a real workout by Brian Yang. So at times played way better than a man ranked down in the 30s, but nonetheless, Cho came through, showing his class for the umpteenth time.
Chinese Taipei, 21-18, 30-21, 21-18.
Thoroughly entertaining match for the crowd to enjoy here. And this will never hurt to increase his fan club either. he was extremely relieved when this floated long. Thought about it. As soon as that line judge stretched out his arms, he knew the race was won. And so did she. So Cho wins 21-18, 13-21, 21-18. 67 minutes was the official match time. Coming up, it's the women's singles. Chu Ping-chen of Chinese Taipei up against Michelle Lee, the world number 21 from Canada. In a moment. Well, a warm welcome back to Xiamen as we prepare for the third match of this Group B tie between Chinese Taipei and Canada. It's Chu Ping-chen against Michelle Lee. Only met once before, these two ladies, and it was Lee that came out on top. But only 3 places between them on the world ranking, so every indication this could be a close match. So, players making their way into the arena and making a beeline for number 1 court, where, by the way, Canada will be back on this court tomorrow. And they have a really tough assignment against Korea. Taipei take on Czechia tomorrow in the afternoon. So from Chu Ping-chen's point of view, it's down to her to keep this, or to get the job done really. She can win her match. will guarantee that Chinese Taipei win the tie. There's the confirmation of that one previous meeting they had. It was in the Japanese Open last August, where Lee won pretty comfortably in straight games. So let's give you some information on these two players, starting with Michelle Lee, who's 35 now, so same age as Cho Chen Chen, but still playing as well as, well, not quite as well as ever. You can see her highest rank there was 8. That was way back in 2019, but she's still playing well, certainly for a 35-year-old. She was born in Hong Kong and moved to Canada when she was only 6. Didn't stop playing till 11, which is kind of late by today's standards. And her opponent, Chu Pin Chen, 25 years of age. She's ranked just outside the world's top 20. Not done a great deal this year. 3 round of 16 finishes, including at the All England. Did win a bronze in National Championships a couple of years ago. I think Lee will be confident here, though. As mentioned, that previous meeting was a fairly one-sided affair, and obviously it's down to her to try and keep Canada in the tie. They have to win this match to have any chance with just the 2 doubles to follow.
Ready to play?
Bert van Horenbeek is in charge of this one. Vinay Datan of India is the service judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Canada, represented by Michelle Lee. And on my left, Chinese Taipei, represented by Chu Pin Chen. Canada to serve, love all, play.
So here we go. Michelle Lee to get us started in this women's singles. And get us started in style.
1 love.
Very confident.
Yeah, brilliant start. I was actually talking to Michelle at breakfast, just asking a few questions and learning so much about how it works in Canada, and saying she's got 3 different coaches at the moment. Doesn't actually train or spar with any girls, it's just boys. And you just feel like It's a complicated situation in Canada, and I don't think any of the players have it easy compared to parts of Asia where it's a lot more organised and you bring all the best players together to train together to improve as a unit and a team. It is really astonishing how good some of these players from Canada have become, and you know, Michelle Lee is a great example of that. I do think, you know, she's the kind of player that's kind of inspired the next generation, because Canada now have some other younger female players in singles that are coming through of a good level.
Almost despite the system rather than because of it.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, they have these clubs where they have almost private investors that create these clubs, and it's amazing they have that. And it would just be, I just think it would be so good if they could then bring the best players together in a kind of centralized location where they could all train together and work together as a team. And you know, the coaches she has at this tournament, she doesn't work with at all, just because they're the national coaches. And she has, when she told me she has 3 independent coaches that she works with, it just seems astonishing that how do you get kind of a flow and a rhythm, and yeah, it's just a complicated situation over there.
Well, she started this like a train.
6-1.
She must have confidence. The only other meeting they had was incredibly one-sided, 21-10, 21-13. Japan Open, which wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, and badminton players are a bit like elephants. They have long memories, and she'll want to, obviously as she has done, just make an impression in the first few points, as if to say to Chu, remember what happened last time, it might well happen again. And she started exactly that way.
It is tough for Chu, because you know, the shoes she has to fill of one of the greats of the last, I don't know how many years now, 10 to 15 years. Tai Tzu Ying. I don't think anyone really can fill those shoes, but obviously Chu Pin Chia trying her best to.
8-2.
Impeccable judgment again from Lee, as another error from Chu.
It's been incredibly quick. 3 minutes in. 9-2 to Michelle Lee. Yeah, Michelle's been brilliant, absolutely brilliant so far.
2.
She's been the flag bearer for Canadian badminton for many years, hasn't she?
Yeah, and I tell you, she is the greatest Canadian I think they've ever had. It's quite a big responsibility to kind of carry almost a sport on your shoulders, but she's done a great job of it.
It's wide, and it's a wide margin of points as well at the mid-game break. 8 ahead, Michelle Lee, after just, what, 4 minutes on court.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
interception from Lee.
12-3.
This is incredibly one-sided right now. Michelle Lee putting on a bit of a masterclass. I would say she may be just a little bit nervous.
Soften a focus angle there. He's never going to get it back, I don't think. It was right at the body from Chu. Almost hit herself with her own racket there, Lee.
I'm going to be honest, at the moment I'm struggling to see, you know, I don't want to commentate as curse for Michelle Lee, but I'm struggling to see how Chu can really hurt her, because almost every rally she's on the back foot. Looks like she doesn't have the speed injection to hurt Michelle, and because she's taking everything late, it's very hard to have the shot quality to hurt Michelle.
Yeah, and it's not as if Chu is necessarily making a fistful of unforced errors. It's just the winner's coming from Lee's racket, almost non-stop.
Yeah, Michelle's having kind of almost too much time on the shuttle at the moment. She's dictating the rally. She's the one taking charge. I know it's easy to say, as we've even spoken in previous matches, but if that men's singles, you know, if Canada could have just snatched it, even the mixed doubles, if it had gone to 3 games, so it's 2-0 at the moment to Chinese Taipei, but could be so different.
Best shot she's played.
Yep, and that's probably the first rally for me where we've seen maybe the possibility. Is that going to kind of give her the confidence and spring her to life, as it were?
Well, that was called in. Lee wants Hawkeye to check it.
Challenge unsuccessful.
Got great eyesight, haven't they, these lads?
Yeah, I mean, definitely better than mine.
There's 2 or 3 today where we've seen it literally just clipping the line, all pulled correctly. But I don't think we've had an overturn yet.
Service over. 16-7.
This has been a relatively quick first game, 10 minutes.
Shot again.
17.
For me, it's just there's too many times where Michelle's in a good position. You see here, I don't think you see enough of it. Body attack there, you can't quite see it from that angle, but you know, Michelle's not stretched enough. It's one step, she's on balance. she can control her body weight. She's in a good position.
Could have hit that anywhere she liked. Left, right, down the middle.
18-7.
And she's just running away with this opening game. They've only been playing for 11 minutes.
Yeah, it's just been a masterclass from Michelle Lee so far.
Serves over. 8-18.
Brilliant. Just been, to be honest, far too good in this first game.
19-8. Game point 8.
Well, just delays the inevitable, really. Still 11 more game points for Lee. Going to go wide, and that is going to be game. 21 points to 10. Without breaking sweat, really, Michelle Lee dominates the opener here. And much food for thought for Chu Pin Qian. 1-love, Canada Lee.
但是你只是你有想要做好给他做的时候，你只是想要快赢嘛，不是，可能是你方向或者是你出手，你要去做到这样的节奏，你只要用快，教练讲就是什么对，你不要跟他拼快，他原本就快，你跟他拼快，拼快有时候你自己来不及。
Game. Lawful. Play.
So, Lee just looking for more of the same.
Yeah, we saw at the interval, Lei Qiancheng, who's the previous coach of the legend Tai Tzu-Yung, who's now in charge of the whole of the singles in Chinese Taipei. Here's a big challenge though in this match to help his player overcome that big challenge in the first game. It's too good again. Just struggle. Not sure how it's going to be possible for Xu to be able to win this unless she can find a way to really disrupt Michelle Lee, for Michelle Lee's level to drop dramatically. So the previous meeting 10 and 13, and in the first game was 21-10. So you know, everything's been very comfortable for Michelle.
2, 1.
I think this could be one of the big things. Xu's 25 years old, not young, but definitely not old, but she just hasn't had the experience in a team event in this situation, and I don't think we're seeing the best version of her today. That'll come in time. Wow. Michelle Lee.
That's just magnificent, isn't it?
I don't know how the coach just kept such a straight face. Just a moment of pure excellence there from Michelle Lee. Obviously, the later you're having to take the shot, or the more complicated the shot is, and she takes that very late, and the skill needed to execute it to perfection like that. This is going at absolute light speed. 18 minutes, 21-10, 5-2 to Michelle Lee.
Well, it's almost like she could have almost have her own shot of the day every other point.
Yeah, she even smiles after that one. She knows how good that was. And this is the last thing, you know, you want if with a player on screen, for your player to be bringing out these little moments of magic when you're already finding life pretty difficult out there.
Way out the back.
8-2.
One of the only shots that I think Michelle Lee's made about 4 mistakes the whole match. She's been really, really good. this is the tough thing now. You know, the lady player on the floor. She's starting to think, what do I have to do to win the point? To be honest, the only point she's winning is if Michelle is making an unforced error, which we haven't seen many of. She was only actually one handful of points, 1 or 2. Pick up.
Fantastic.
Almost too easy. Totally controlled the rally, and she had, you know, that opportunity, and it was almost, I don't know, it was almost lost concentration for just a fraction of a second if she played that shot.
Well, these errors giving Chu a little bit of hope.
Yeah, and Chu there, she did incredible to stay in that rally. Her defensive skills there were really impressive, because almost every shot you can see her late. And then this one, she takes it late. She's in trouble pretty much the whole rally, but she somehow manages to survive long enough. Could this be a little bit of a chance for Chu to get back in this game? We've seen probably 2 or 3 kind of uncharacteristic, simpler mistakes from Michelle Lee, which we hadn't seen previously in the match.
Thank you. Serve, front. Serve, 6.
Camera there on the left, the coach, we just saw that man in charge, Lei Chen Cheng, Pressy Ying's old coach.
Interval.
So a very handy lead now for Lee, as she looks to close out not just this match, but also effectively the tie. 11-6 at the mid-game break.
Towards 1.6 seconds. Towards 1.6 seconds. Six. Play.
missed it.
Yeah, fine line sometimes, but not much has gone right for Chu so far. I was going to say this morning, but it's just become afternoon here in Xiamen, just gone midday.
Serve over 7-12. Serve over 13-7.
Good. Error of judgment from Lee.
Got a challenge, but I'm not sure how confident Michelle is actually in this one.
Challenge unsuccessful. One challenge remaining. Serves over 8-13.
Definitely does feel like this second game's very different from the first. We're seeing a lot more unforced errors from Michelle Lee in this second game.
9-13.
That's come from the resilience and the defence of Chu.
Maybe a bit over casual from Lee, and all of a sudden, Chu's within just 3 points.
Yeah, and I would say for me the big thing is Chu hasn't really come out with anything that's really dangerous or anything too creative. So if I was Michelle, I'd be quite happy to just play the rally and wait for my opportunity. Not be passive, but I think she's almost going for too much. Again,
another one.
This is the thing, they just... You can get in a situation where you sort of force the point because you're so desperate to win the point because you can feel your opponent coming back at you. And Michelle's just in that kind of mindset right now.
That was arrow-like down the line from Lee.
Smashing the long
14-11.
Okay, that's a moment of magic. That's an exceptional shot. And definitely from the increased unforced errors from Michelle Lee, it's given this lady on camera Chu the chance to kind of grow and feel more confident. We've seen a totally different second game from the first. There were no rallies at all in the first, totally dominant from Michelle Lee.
That was a bit tame though.
I think she was signalling there. She maybe just lost it in the light. The TV light, sometimes the angle, catch it just wrong and it can be a bit bright and it's hard to see the shuttle. Again, that all comes from experience. Getting used to these conditions, some of these big arenas. really slice.
16-13. Taipei challenges called out.
So Hawkeye getting another outing here. Challenge from Chu, hoping that might just clip the line. Not even close.
Challenge unsuccessful. One challenge remaining. 17-13. Play.
More proactive from Chu that time.
Yeah, and that's the thing, we've seen glimpses of this, but this would have been quite incredible from Chu to somehow pulled that off. Almost an attempt at a Victor Axelsen special. The amount of unforce there is in the second game compared to the first one, surely. I think the first was 1 or 2. Second game, I'd say it's double figures. Brilliant net shot.
That was a big point too. She could have got to just 1 point back at 17-16. Much bigger ask from here now for Chu. Shot.
19-15.
Would be that her challenge is ebbing away here. Just 2 points away now, Lee. Just about still in touch after an error of judgment from the Canadian. And 4 match points now for the world number 21.
Match point 16.
Well, it's an excellent all-round display from Lee, who takes the second game not quite as comfortably as the first, but certainly without any undue alarms, and a very deserved victory for Canada's #1 female player.
Match won by Canada.
Just a little over half an hour on
21-10,
court. And Canada on the board
21-16.
now in this tie. So it's over to the doubles pairs. See who will emerge with the point from winning the tie. But a rather tame end, to be fair, with another error from Chu. And Lee always in control.
Yeah, I think the crazy thing about this match so far is obviously Chinese Taipei are 2-1 up, but the most comfortable match so far is actually the one that Canada won.
Yeah. Think back to what happened in the mixed and even the men's, you never know, it could have been so different. 21-10, 21-16, just, what's that, 36 minutes on court, that was all it took. Up next, we are going to be concentrating on the men's doubles. Chu and Wang up against Jonathan Lai and Nil Yakura. In a moment. What a warm welcome back to Xiamen and our continuing coverage of the first day of the Sudirman Cup. Men's doubles is next. Chu and Wang taking on Jonathan Lai and Nil Yakura. And this tie is still alive, 2-1 currently now, in Chinese Taipei's favour. With Michelle Lee having just won Canada their first match of this run. Obviously, you'd make the Chinese Taipei pair big favourites here. Jilin, of course, is part of that magical pair with Li Yang that's seen them win 2 Olympic golds. The latter now retired, so Chu Xiangqia has picked up the mantle as Wang's partner. And a big ask for Jonathan Lai and Nil Yakura as the players make their way out into the arena. no surprise that these pairs haven't met before.
Okay. Your choice. Red, black side. Red, please. Red for you. Red for you. Receive. One receive. New service. This side. Okay.
So let's get a bit more information about this quartet of players. This is the fourth match of this tie. And as I said, Chu and Wong really ought to be big favourites. Let's have a look at their opponents first, though. Jonathan Lai, 27 years of age. Actually was a nursing major at the University of Toronto. As you see, ranked way down at 76 with Yakura from Edmonton, the most northerly city in North America. And his partner, Neil Yakura, born in Ontario, still lives there, was an Olympian in Tokyo back in 2021. He's got 8 Pan Am gold medals of various doubles championships and mixed team championships, including early this year. So let's take a look then at the pair from Chinese Taipei. Big ask for someone to come and fill the shoes, but Chi Xiang Chia is the man. Currently up at 19 in the world, one spot higher than where they have been previously. And not much to be said about Hong Chi-lin that you don't already know.
Ready?
2 Olympic gold medals with Li Yang in Tokyo and Paris, both as an unseeded pair. I was going to ask you, Chris, I mean, if you're Chu, how do you, because they're such big boots to fill, aren't they? I don't know how you kind of go about trying to do that.
Yeah, and this is the thing, I think it's a case of almost not, as it were. I know it sounds crazy, but it's finding, it's a totally different dynamic in the partnership because, you know, Wang Chi-lin now has the kind of responsibility to bring on his younger partner and kind of educate him on things and bring him up to the level, but they play a different style. Li Yang was very different, and it's a case of finding their rhythm, their style, and the way they play together.
Yeah, Chu is 22, Wang Chi-lin is now
Ladies and
30.
gentlemen, on my right, Canada, represented by Neil Yakura and Jonathan Ping-San Lai. And on my left, Chinese Taipei, represented by Chu Sung-chi and Wang Chi-lin. Canada to serve, Neil Yakura to Wang Chi-lin. Love all. Play.
Here we go then. It's men's doubles.
Service over. 1 love. Service over. 1 all.
I think in a way Wang Chi-lin's role was almost like the gentleman behind them sitting in the chair, Chen Hun-ling, which was Wang Chi-lin's old partner, who then stopped and became the coach and brought Wang Chi-lin on with Li Yang. He was the experienced one in the partnership with Wang Chi-lin, played them quite a few times.
Service over. 2 all.
The only thing about the partnership seeing on camera from Chinese Taipei, I'm not really sure who the net man is, as in every partnership you need someone who's a bit more comfortable at the net to take the net and get the attack, and Wang Qilin was the rear court player, Li Yang was the net man, and I don't know if either of them are super comfortable at the net. I think they're both a bit more comfortable at the rear. One thing for sure, their attack is very dangerous. Both of them very big hits from the rear.
Well, he looked pretty comfortable at the net there, didn't he, Chu?
Placement on that attack, so steep. Middle of the tram lines, brilliant attack from Wang Qilin. That's big power. When he unleashes, if you lift short to Wang Qilin, you are in big, big trouble. He has the big power, he also has a good angle.
Service over. 5, 6.
Perfect. Great placement.
No point whatsoever in challenging that. It was just inside the line.
Service over. 6, 7.
This is the thing, they do look quite nervous, both Chinese Taipei players, and we're talking about a double Olympic gold medalist. I just think it's one of those things in a team event. It's that extra bit of responsibility.
Yeah, I think that initial shot might actually be going out, but he played it, then went long, and now it's all square.
Over. 8, 7.
You know, and it's kind of such an honour, you know, after the Olympics to be given the the double Olympic gold medalist as your partner. What an opportunity for him.
Service over. 8.
I think we've seen flashes of it in kind of over the last 12 months or so from Chinese Taipei, but they just haven't been consistent enough. That's why they're only ranked down at kind of 19 in the world, I think they are at the moment.
Yeah, I found it fascinating when they won their first Olympic title and one was playing with Li Yang, unseeded. Then when they won it again, they were also unseeded. And I kind of think, well, maybe there's a lesson there. No, not as much pressure in the first one because they weren't seeded, and not as much pressure in the second because they already won the gold medal.
Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing was, to be honest, the level they participated at, probably in the 6 months coming up to the Paris Olympics, I don't think they were playing as well as, you know, they had been. But you're right, it is. It's how you perceive pressure, and because they'd already won it and they weren't maybe expected to, they weren't a favourite, they weren't even kind of a top 4 pair, just took that bit of pressure off.
The other side was still up. If you guys can get a little bit closer, give the pressure. After you push to the side, or you push to the middle, the other one need to follow. Side by side. Okay? You don't stay at the front back. Front back, they just move you guys around and you have to leave again. Yeah? Okay, so try to stay at the front and practice to the front of the first. And also don't play too much soft.
Call 1, 20 seconds. Call 1, 20 seconds.
So players returning after the mid-game break. 3-point lead
11,
for Chu and Wong.
Play. Well, 8. Run. 13-8. Chinese Taipei challengers called in.
So Hawkeye on the case again. Chinese Taipei pair want to see if this actually went beyond the back line.
They looked very confident it was out from their body language and how quick they reacted. Incredible call from a line judge.
Unsuccessful.
I don't think we've seen one overturned yet, have we? Can't remember one. We must have had, I don't know, 7 or 8 Hawkeyes by now.
13. Play. Score! Service over. 14-9.
You know, we're clearly seeing when the Chinese Taipei's get on the attack, their attack at the moment is far too strong, and that's why it's so important in especially men's doubles or all doubles categories to be able to play the no-lift style.
Service over.
Nicely intercepted by Lai.
10,
In there.
14.
Wow, perfect return.
Service over. 15.
Lovely hold and then just a punch in the corner.
Service over. 11, 15. Yes. White ball, please. White ball. Yep. Thank you. Service over. 16, 11.
Just snatched at that a little bit, right.
11.
That's another reason why the first 3 or 4 shots of the rally is so important, just because you want to get on the attack as early as possible, and it stems from the start of the rally. Great return of serve from Nile. Great defence as a partnership. Chinese Taipei pair. And then Wang Qilin stepping up as soon as he sees his opponent slightly off balance here. deep lift, and look, he steps in, he's on the front service line.
Service over. 12-18.
Unrelenting, isn't it? And after only, what, 12 minutes on court, we're just a couple of points away from securing this opening game.
This is the thing for the from Canada. It's tough when they're having to deal with the attack from the Chinese Taipei. Both Qiu and Wang Qilin have such good overhead from the rear.
Colt. 14-19.
Well, it was admirable defence while it lasted from the Canadians, but they just couldn't find a way to win the rally.
It's a good rally, to be fair, from the Canadians before that, and he's just too low there now, and that's really, really well read by Wang Qilin. Just trying to prove me wrong, I think, by saying neither one of them's comfortable at the net. Wang Qilin looked good then.
20, game point, 14.
So 6 game points here.
Up. Service over. 15-20.
And just a quarter of an hour for that opening game. 21-15 in favour of Qiu and Wang. 1-love. Chinese Taipei ahead in this men's doubles.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Second game. Love all.
So Chu and Wong just one game away, obviously, from securing and winning this match, and that would also guarantee that Chinese Taipei win the tie.
1 love.
This is the big thing. The pair from Chinese Taipei get the shuttle going up to them in the mid-court, the rear court. It's so dangerous. The netman doesn't really have to do anything.
Unsided. I can't see it.
The umpire, for me, he's done exactly the right thing, because it's so hard, because the angle he's at, and also if the returning serve player is slightly in the way, you're not sure. Ask technology to help.
Yeah, it looked like from the Canadian pair's body language it was probably good, but let's see what Hawkeye says. Yeah, just looked like they were, you know, very quick to try and return the shuttle back to the Chinese Taipei pair. That was obviously clearly in by a long way. Just move in for the kill so quickly.
This is the thing, when they apply pressure, the Canadians, they can't get the shuttle away, so both players from Chinese Taipei had such a high base. They were basically side by side just behind the front service line. Again, I mean, we're seeing almost the same rally again and again and again. Canadians are engaging in the flat game, but the Chinese Taipei are so much better in the flat game. Shuttle's always going up to the Chinese Taipei's.
Well, they're on the board, albeit through quite a surprising Chinese Taipei miss, the Canadians.
Service over. 6-1. Service over. 2-6.
Again,
Service over.
at the moment for me, the Canadians, they've got to be fading the shuttle. They need to be pushing it kind of just past the service line. There's just too much power in that. The shuttle's still rising as it's going through the mid-court. And again, it's the same rally again and again and again.
8-2.
There's something Wang Qilin, especially when he played with Li Yang, they were so good in the flat game. The Olympics in Tokyo in the final, Chinese just couldn't cope with the flat game.
Well, they basically picked up in the second game pretty much where they left off in the first. If anything, even more dominant.
Yeah, and a lot of his stemming is from the first 3 shots of the rally. Chinese Taipei is far superior at that as well. Wow, that was exceptional. What an interception.
Speed of reaction there. Off the scale.
Service over. 3-10.
Brilliant.
Service over. 11-3.
Well, dominant display to say the least. And the way things are going, they're not that far away from securing the victory. 11-3 it is. Chinese Taipei's men's doubles team lead at the mid-game break.
Service over, 4-11.
Well, if they are aiming for a comeback, does need to start now pretty much. Lion Kura.
Service over, 12-5.
So tough for the Canadians because as soon as the Chinese Taipei's get the attack, it's from the rear, and the netman's not really having to do anything. It's just the sheer power from the whoever's at the rear. I mean, it's an easy put away at the net.
At times, it almost looks like they're going through some practice drills, the Chinese Taipei pair.
The angle there and the placement.
Yeah.
And this is the thing, if you hit a good angle and good placement, it's almost impossible when you're defending. Obviously, you have to be hitting in an upward direction, but it's so hard to get it away from the net player. It's just all too easy now. They're flowing, they're looking very good, the Chinese Taipei's. Canadians, you can see, are kind of running out of ideas of what to do. They just haven't had the attack.
Service over, 6-16. Service over, 17-6. Unsighted.
So Hawkeye's going to have another look at a serve that may or may not have clipped the line. Serve.
18-6. Play.
Well, it seems no matter what the Canadians throw at them, they've got an answer.
Yeah, I'd say at the moment they're in kind of full swing, the pair from Chinese Taipei, and everything's comfortable. To be honest, if I was them at this point of the match, I would just probably move the shuttle around and feel good, feel really comfortable in the hole.
That's long.
19.
So after only 27 minutes, a little matter of 12 match points for Chu and Wong.
Yeah, and the big thing is the pair from Canada have really struggled in the first 3 or 4 shots, and then when they got on the defence, it's just the attack's been too good from both players from Chinese Taipei. Exactly that, wow.
Well, it's been a demonstration, an exhibition, whatever you want to call it. 21-8 in that second game inside half an hour. The Chinese Taipei pair of Chi Xiangqie and Wang Qilin have absolutely demolished Jonathan Lai and Neil Yakura, and it's not just the bare scoreline, but just the way the match played out.
21-15, 21-8.
Very, very one-sided. And of course it also means that Chinese Taipei have secured this tie, so they'll get the point. But even though the tie is effectively won, we will always play the all 5 matches, so we'll play the 5th match in all the group stages, because if teams are level on points, it may well come down to matches won or even points. So that's why that happens. 21-15, 21-8, and they only detained us for 28 minutes. So one final match to come in this tie. It is the women's doubles between Shea and Hung and Jackie Dent and Crystal Lai, and that comes up in a couple of minutes. Well, a warm welcome back to our arena here in Xiamen for the final match of this Group B tie. And it is the women's doubles. Shea Pei Shan and Hung Zhu of Chinese Taipei up against Jackie Dent and Crystal Lai of Canada. We're at the Fenghuang Gymnasium. Players just making their way towards the entrance area. It's actually a huge complex here. It covers about 155,000 square meters. Basically 5 floors and one underground level. I don't think she's giving them directions, but just letting them know that court one's in the middle. And another match where the Chinese Taipei pair will start appreciably short favourites because they're world ranked 15, these two. But you were telling me earlier, Chris, that Jackie Den is kind of the 19-year-old's got a little bit of promise.
I mean, definitely at 19 to be not only the world ranking she is, but some of the performances she's got. She's definitely kind of, I would say, a prospect for the future without a shadow of a doubt.
So players on their way now to number one court. No surprise again that these pairs have never met previously.
Red hand versus black. Black for them.
Receive.
Who's going to receive? On to receive. Who should be first? Who's here?
So let's start with the Canadians. Crystal Lai is actually a little older than her partner. We mentioned that Dent was still a teenager. Crystal is 23. There you see it. And they are ranked 34 in the world, which is not a bad effort considering you've been listening to us for a while this morning and this afternoon. Chris has been kind of highlighting some of the issues that Canadian badminton has. For them to be inside the world's top 40 is no mean achievement, really. There is the teenager, just 19, Jackie Den. It did amuse me to see it on the official profile. Career prize money, $3,000 US. That's only going to go one way, you would imagine, and certainly you would hope. Right at the start of her career. And their opponents Hung Unzu and Xiamen Shan. See that 15 ranking has been a couple of spots higher. 27 years of age now. And Hung Unzu, who's 23, so 4 years younger than her partner. You'd expect these two to win, and probably relatively comfortably, Chris, but it's great experience for Dent and Lai, especially in this kind of an arena, in this kind of a situation and event. Yeah, 100% at such a young age to be kind of playing a big event like this. It's all experience, it's kind of learning. I would say it would be a massive surprise if Jackie Den and Crystal Lai could manage to win this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Canada, represented by Jackie Dent and Crystal Lai. And on my left, Chinese Taipei, represented by Feng Shang and Hang Eng Zhou. Canada to serve, Crystal Lai to Hang Eng Zhou. Love all. Play.
So here we go, final match of this tie, the women's doubles.
One, love.
Already, only a couple of points in, you can see a kind of pattern emerging that the Chinese Taipei pair are going to be the ones trying to exert pressure on their opponents in the offensive part in the rally. But the Canadian pair just have to hang tough here.
Obviously in the men's doubles, but I do think they made such an effect in Chinese Taipei. I mean, Chinese Taipei currently have 14 ladies doubles pairs in the top 100 in the world,
right? And
that's a lot of active pairs. That's a lot of, and it was. We have to go back to 2010 for when Chinese Taipei had a ladies doubles pair of a really, really high caliber. They did have world number ones, Chen Yuqin and Cheng Wen. But I feel like since then there's been kind of a bit of a gulf where we haven't had a high level of Chinese Taipei ladies doubles players, but now it seems they're starting to really have a kind of a surgence, and 14 pairs in the top 100, that is a lot.
It's a good lead.
Service over. 3, 2.
Very easy put away for Hang Zhu.
Lovely bit of skill there. She just held it, turned her body, put it into the gap.
Service over. 3, 4.
Good play there from Hung.
5, 3.
Put their opponents in a bit of trouble and then just took the shot early step forward.
What they can't afford to do is give away cheap points like that. Absolutely hammered straight down the middle of the court.
7-3.
So important that Canadians, they just don't allow the Chinese Taipei to just pull away. I think then we're going to see a very different game.
Service over. Full 7.
Slid it in.
Service over. 8. Full.
Bit like the men's doubles pair that preceded them. They're just exerting non-stop pressure on their opponents.
And this is the big thing, the amount of time they've had the attack in this match so far must be 80% plus. They've had the attack, and it's just a case of they will get through, and they have.
Service over. 5. 9. Six. 9. Over. 10, 6.
You can see there the clear, just totally deceived. Lie. Longest rally of the match at 42 shots.
That's
Great
nicely
return,
done, yeah.
Service over. 7, 10.
Certainly doesn't look overawed, does she, Den? In this exalted company. Beth resisted for as long as she could, but in the end, had to hoist the white flag, really.
And in this rally here, you know, then she's doing well to get it back, but it's just passive. She's just getting it back, and it's, you know, her opponent's not having to move at all. She's in full control. Lovely reverse to finish the rally. Almost can stroll forward, look. No point under any stress or duress.
Play. Service over. 8-11.
Wasn't sure if that was in or out, just missed it. The big thing I just struggle to think about, and I might keep going on about it, but in Canada, when they don't train together for doubles, how can you spar? Because, you know, in an okay environment, you need 3 to 4 pairs to spar against each other to do the different exercises you want to be able to do. Look at China, there's no surprise why they're dominating the mixed doubles, because, you know, not long ago they had 1 in the world, 2 in the world, and I think it was 4 in the world. See, 1 in the world has stopped, but you need a collection of pairs to train together for doubles to be able to do the first 4 shots of the rally, to be able to do rotation, certain different styles of play. And Canada, how can they do that when all their players are in different parts of the country and there's not enough together training together? Player on screen at such a young age, she's got so much potential. Jackie Dent, 19 years old. Big thing is, how can Canada find a way for her to continue to excel?
Service over.
It's definitely a surprising miss there.
13.
That's a delightful little touch.
Yeah, great move forward there. Crystal Lai. It's a big thing. You want to be stepping into the shuttle, taking the shuttle as early as possible. Give your opponent no time. Definitely a bit of fortune there. Women's drop shot, she caught the tape. Yeah. Easy put away. Thing, the Canadians, they're not playing bad at all. It's just they're not really doing a lot, as in they're not really putting pair from Chinese Taipei under much stress, under much pressure.
Yeah, there is a visible golfing class, isn't there? Saw it with the men's doubles. I think probably to a greater extent than here, actually. But still, you can see that Dent and Lai not at the same level as their opponents.
Yeah, I'd say in the men's doubles, the Canadians kind of struggled, even to be honest, to rally, especially in the second game with them, because the attack was far too good and they were far too good in the first 4 shots, the Chinese Taipei, whereas Canadian girls here can rally. It's just they can't do enough to cause stress on the pair from Chinese Taipei.
Good lead.
Service over. Strike 17.
Just a wonderfully constructed point. I knew exactly what they were doing.
Yeah, you can see there, Jackie Den, she plays a slightly loose shot, so she looks off and hopes her partner's going to cover, and Hung can see the massive gap there.
Out. Service over. 13-18. Service over. 19-13.
Yeah, brilliant, Chinese Taipei.
So here are a whole clutch of game points, 7 of them
Point 13.
for Xiamen Hung.
Fantastic put away there.
Service over. 14.
I do think she's got a lot of potential as a player.
Out. Game.
It was short, and that'll do it. So 21-14
First game.
in Xiamen Hung's favour, and it only took 17 minutes. One game away then from a 4-1 victory in this tie.
发力往现在都停在那边。
偏球，你什么发力有时候太大，你这个发力球，有太大发力，或者是往前那个，不要用到这个发力。这个手指，他有时候太软发的时候，你不像那么好。对，然后你要软。
20 seconds. Good one. 20 seconds. Second game. Love or play.
So Xiamen Hung trying to get the job done in double quick time here. Denton Lai may have other ideas.
And I think I understand Dent was trying to do. She was building the rally and kind of waiting for the opportunity, but I thought it was almost a bit too much building going on. Not enough actual stress being put on the Chinese Taipei's, and then as soon as they get the attack, totally different.
Go low. Service over. 1, 2. Go out.
Brilliant defense. Chinese Taipei pair.
Service over. 3, 2.
Yeah, great counter attack there. Then the pressure is just too much. Short lift. Still like she can't retreat.
Service over. 3, all.
Well played. That's really good stuff at the net from Lai.
4, 3.
Yeah, move forward well there, and that's a loose net, but takes it really well. Doesn't try and kill the first one, it's the second one. First one just brushes it, gets it steep.
Five, 3. Service over. 4, 5. Five, all.
Good flick, did just enough. Brilliant shot. Not sure if Hung thought it was going out, but she kind of started moving and then stopped moving. Goes here and then looks like she's kind of moving and then don't know if she thought it was going out.
I think she must have, but she could have got there, I think.
Service over. 6 all. Service over. 7-6.
Brilliant. A bit of deception and skill there, Hung in the mid. Steps in. And she can see their opponent, Jackie Denver, just a tiny bit deep.
Service over. 8-7.
Been a kind of a mixed start for this second game for the Chinese Taipei pair. They've seems to be more unforced errors in than they did in the first game.
Definitely, but then I would say it's a combination of the Canadian, like even they're moving forward. Crystal Light, okay, she got it slightly wrong because her shot was going in an upward direction, but they're making moves. Whereas in the first game, I don't think they really were making moves. It was all comfortable for the Chinese Taipei. This is the thing: the more stress you put your opponent under, the harder you make it for them.
Yeah, there's definitely been more proactivity from Badminton Lai. There's a good example of it at this point.
Really well placed attack. Dent there.
9-8.
That's a cheap miss. She wouldn't expect. Sometimes though, those ones that are almost easier, you overthink it and you try and play the it doesn't need to be the perfect shot, it's just keep the pressure on. That's a great shot.
So, threatening a bit of a comeback here in this second game in terms of the match situation here. 11-8, the Canadians in front.
Great drive there from Crystal Lai. Good placement where the gap is, but she steps in, takes it as early as possible. It's a very good rally there from Canadians, and their level has definitely improved in the second game. Defended well, moved the shuttle around really well.
Well, at the moment, Canadians looking the more composed pair and making the fewer errors. Wide.
Just missed, but again, I like the intention. I like now being so much more proactive. I think she's dangerous moving from the mid-court forwards as well. Just missed it again. This is the thing. The last two rallies, she's done the right stuff. She missed it by, you know, an inch or two.
Yeah, I'm sure it was wide, but sometimes I think with players that aren't used to competitions where all kinds available, they sometimes forget that it's actually, you know, they're actually allowed to ask for it.
Service over. 14-10.
Be the easiest put away of the day.
Service over. 11-14.
Brilliant again, Crystal Lai. Totally different player from the first game.
15-11.
She's proved to be a very dangerous net player in the second game. Great pickup.
To work really hard to win that rally.
Yeah, and I would almost emphasise that so much, because that is the key. At the moment, it's a big difference. There were a few rallies, or more than a few in the first, where the Chinese Taipei, they didn't have to do a lot to win the point, whereas now they're having to do a lot. They're having to work very hard, because the level from the Canadians has improved so much.
I don't know if that was maybe a few nerves in the opening game.
I'm sure that had something to do with it, just because, you know, a match of this calibre is in, you know, this fantastic but large arena, playing a world number 15 pair, representing their country. Both players being very young. As you mentioned, Jackie Dench 19 years old, but her partner Crystal Lai is only 23.
Well, they're going to have an even tougher assignment tomorrow, potentially, when they face Korea. They'll probably be favourites for actually against Czechia. They get back to within a point here. Fenghuang having been 4 points adrift a couple of minutes ago.
Great interception on the third shot there from Hung. It's amazing, the Chinese Taipei, they've kind of just come alive at the right time. A little bit of luck there, clips the tape. You can see Jackie Dench is expecting a bit more pace on it.
It's a lovely piece of placement too. Very, very nice touch.
Yeah, and there was just that indecision between the two players there from Canada. Both kind of calling to each other whose shot it was.
Service over. 16 all.
Well, it's going to be a test of their character from here, Denton Live, because they had 13-8, 1 point. One of the great features of this event that you get the rest of the squad watching and applauding and screaming and hooting and hollering, especially when things get tense and tight and towards the end of the competition and there are medals on the line.
Yeah, and you know, it's one of those that builds great team cohesion and kind of the bond you can see between a team and the encouragement. It's like that extra little something, it helps. In the team events, sometimes I'd take myself away from it because I'd get so involved with kind of cheering the team on. By the time it came to my match, I was so tired because I was, you know, playing every rally with them. I almost played possibly 3 matches before I even played.
Now, could that be a pivotal mistake? Should have made it, she knows that.
Yeah, and this is the thing, that momentum is all swapped, and it's probably one of the only easy mistakes that Crystal Lies made in the second game. She's only made a handful of mistakes the second game full stop, but it's probably the only easy one.
Yeah, so she knows it should be 17 all, and it isn't. That's into the corner of the court, and they're just a couple of points away now.
19, 16.
Again, it was just such good placement on the attack. Yeah, short lift, but look at that.
Very effective right at line, right at the body. She couldn't do anything with it. And here are 4 match points for Xiamen. Cute. That's an inopportune moment from Hung. That'll work as far as Chinese Taipei are concerned. 21-17. They take the second game and a 4-1 victory in the tie overall. And there's the fan club. And of course, some of the players that we didn't see today, we'll see later in the group. Still 2 more group matches to play.
21-14, 21-17.
I'd say they were without error, Xiamen, but they did enough. Certainly responded well, Chris, when they were threatened with that comeback in the second game.
Yeah, and that shows their class. That's why they're 15 in the world, because that was the big point. You know, they were down, and it looked like possibly we could have had 3 games, and then they managed to almost turn the game on its head. But I do think from these Canadians, they shouldn't be disheartened. Yes, they lost today, they were outplayed, but the level they have for 2 young players from, you know, a country that's not renowned for the very, very highest level in the doubles categories, I think both of them have a lot of potential.
So confirming the result of the women's doubles, 21-14, 21-17 victory for Xiamen and Hung, and they were on court for just 35 minutes. Well, just a reminder then of what we've seen so far on this opening day of the Sudirman Cup. Victory, a straightforward victory really in the mixed doubles for Ye and Hu. And then Cho and Brian Yang had a bit of a classic. Could have gone either way, but Cho held his nerve. Michelle Lee was superb today. Got Canada on the board with a point, or with a game at least, a match against Chu Ping-Chia. After that though, the two doubles, first of all the men's and then the women's, were fairly one-sided affairs, and that's what produced the final score here of Chinese Taipei 4, Canada 1 in the opening match in Group B. Well, just a reminder of what's coming next. It is India versus Denmark. It's a Group D time. It'll be with Jill Clark and Steen Pedersen at 5 o'clock local time, which is in about 3 hours and 20 minutes. For now though, for myself, Trevor Harris, for Chris Langridge and our whole production cast and crew here in Xiamen, hope you've enjoyed it. See you later. Bye bye.